Hello everybody, this is Dice back again, artist, game designer, world builder, and occasional VTuber.
Sailor 443 elevator chat.
Thanks, Kohet. I don't know what the hell that is, but thanks. And I lied earlier, by the way. I'm not going to draw another character yet. Today we're working on equipment. So I'm gonna take the things I already drew on other characters and like put them on a page and kind of finish coloring them and make them a little better.
Said, Bible thump.
I've drawn enough characters for a while. I gotta give my brain some time to think, to replenish the creative juices in that arena. This is actually one of the things that has kept me going on creatures, is that there's so many different things that I need to do with it that it's like if I get burnout on one thing, then I just switch to another thing and I'm good to go. So I never run out of energy. I just transfer it. I switch to something else until my tank is full on everything else, and then I start doing the other thing, and it just goes in the whole cycle. But yeah, now you know what? I need to make some adjustments. I'm like way too down on the screen here. Let's move my microphone up a little higher. There we go. Because you must speak into the microphone. That is 90% of getting good audio, is talking to the damn microphone. But yeah, time to draw some equipment. We got several pages lined up. This is the artisan's page. You may notice it's blank. I haven't put anything on yet. I made the file. I selected the time-lapse option. It is ticked. So whatever I draw on this page will be recorded, but I have to actually draw on it. The other two have time-lapse going too, so I can make some videos out of that. But anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and open up the voice chat, and then we'll get started on this. All right. So, you know what? I'm gonna have to like grab some other stuff now that I think about it. A lot of the stuff I'm gonna be doing is probably drawn already on other characters. So it's mostly going to be like converting that stuff over and like rendering it properly. I mean, look at this. I already did all his. I just converted it over. I basically just copy and pasted all that. But yeah, one of the things, let's see, I just saw it. Where is it? Yes, here we are. We got the Viridian Mender. We need to do one of these. One of the verdant rods. In both the, no, let's get a better picture of that. Where is it? Right. And this one here.
Skunk's Workshop. Said, I like the green tint to the swords. Gives it a nature vibe.
Right. That's about. Uh-oh. Hold up. There we go. Yeah, that's the whole point. Welcome, Skunks. How's it going? See, the rods here they turn into lightsabers, so they can function as like a wand or a lightsaber kind of thing. And then depending on what kind of type they have, the blade will take different shapes. So that's probably a good place to start, is to draw one of these things up. So while I'm thinking of that, I could probably just pull up the actual character reference. Anyways, let's get that. We'll keep this one up for reference. But yeah, let's see. Let's just take this whole thing right here and select all that. Actually, we don't need the face. We don't need the face. We can just take these pieces there they are. We'll stick those in a folder. Then we'll clean it all up. There, don't even have to draw the whole thing. Nice. Let's see. You know what? We're probably gonna need to tweak some of that. We're gonna move this. This is a little bit off center. That's a little better. Alright. We can just, oh, you got low opacity from the last thing I was doing. And we're gonna have to remove the guide because now it's snapping. Oof. This will be easier to draw this direction. It'll also be easier to draw if I use a smaller eraser. So the Viridian Order, that's who we're making equipment for right now. They've been around a long time in the lore. So these guys focus on plant and fairy type creatures because they serve the Duke of Rootrun, Arthur Oakthorn, and he has the, what do you call that? The mythic creature known as the Verdant King, which is, as you might have guessed, plant and fairy. So that's what their equipment is all kind of based around. Let's make this a little wider. The main aesthetic with their weapons is that they kind of have these like lotus flowers on things, and then the twisted hilts. So they're all gonna kind of follow that pattern. This one looks way better than the other one, frankly. I'm gonna have to try to do it more like that than anything else. Let's see. Something like so should work. Probably a little too big compared to the others here. We'll go ahead and shrink it down to match the size of this. About like so should work. Alright. And to get rid of the coloring. And you know what, we should probably have the this kind of thing digging into the flower a little bit more. And we're gonna color the line art.
Skunk's Workshop said, I like to draw big and then make a copy of it. Then shrink the copy. Just in case.
That sounds like way too much trouble.
Kohate said, not like this.
Sometimes you just gotta trust yourself to not make too big of mistakes that you can't just fix them. That's how people end up taking like 10 hours on a 3-hour drawing. And I'm gonna flip this just so the coloring that's already there is kinda on the same side. So let's see. What color is this? CSP. Pick color from layer. Black? Okay, it's just black. What's this one? White. Just straight up black and white is what I used on this. Okay. Simple enough. Alright, let's get rid of this. All right. Okay. Let's feather the edges a tad. Whoops. I want to turn that off.
RKIG Wilko said, "Eey, it's been a minute. You still keepin' in real in here, Dice?"
Hey there, Wilco. We are keeping it real, I believe. We're just working on some equipment today. This is stuff for the Viridian Order. One of the orders of conjurers in the in creatures here. One of the main factions that players will be able to join. And I should probably render this cutlass a little differently while I'm at it. Oh. Whoops. Didn't mean to flip the whole canvas. There we go. All right. What the hell? There's a shadow layer on this thing, but it doesn't actually have anything on it. Okay, let's add something.
RKIG Wilko said, "I dig the pommels."
Yes, I do like the pommels. The whole hilt aesthetic is quite nice, I think. Let's see. So we're gonna go ahead and give this like so.
RKIG Wilkio
This whole thing needs to
said,
go.
I agree, very organic. Are these weapons forged, or grown to an extent?
The blades would be forged and all that. Blades are from special alloy that the Order makes called Wielder Steel. And then, let's see. The hilts are made of something called greenwood. So it's something that's like perpetually living wood. Even after you cut it, it still grows. And that's why you got flowers growing out of it and stuff. And you know what, that should, well, hold on. Alright, we're gonna have to move this to the upper side. Get that edge on the proper side. Alright. I should probably rename the folder with the rod. Because now we need to do the open version. So we're gonna make a copy here. And let's see. We don't need the colors right now. So when the rod is in its active form with the magic blade, the flower opens up and projects a beam of like photosynthetic energy out here. Is that how? That's definitely not how it was. A little bit. I have to keep reminding myself how these flowers are shaped.
Wilkio said, sweet, glucose the enemy to death.
It's more like a lightsaber, man.
RKIG Wilkio said, powered by sugar though, laughing face.
No, powered by sunlight. Sugar is what you make out of the energy. Or at least what plants make. But in this case, being turned into something dangerous. It's like solar beam.
RKIG Wilkio said, diabetes / dangerous /.
Yeah, in like 30 years.
Kohate said, dice bag RN nerd face.
Uh. Alright, that should be good enough. Look, man, you gotta obsess over things like this a little bit if you're an obsessive world builder like me. You gotta make your world make sense to some extent, even if it is fantasy. Ah. My stupid stylus is like too sensitive on the little buttons on the side.
RKIG
So I keep pushing them randomly.
Said, well, I'm just a clueless outsider, that should give you ample cause to fill in the blanks for me.
Everybody's clueless, outsiders. I don't share enough lore about the thing I'm doing. Speaking of, ask away. You got questions? I probably got answers somewhere in the depths of my brain if I can pull them out. Alright, that's nice. No wait.
RKIG Wilko said, I have a similar problem myself.
What's your problem?
Dale Dakery Pop said,
Dale!
What's on the docket dice bag?
Dale, we're making equipment. Starting with the Viridian Order here and making the Verdant Rods.
RKIG Wilko said, 404, recollection not found.
Alright. That is me every day. Okay, now's when we need the guide back up. So we're gonna take, what, maybe 40? A 40 brush? Zzz. And we'll put a layer underneath this with the more greenish, well actually yellowish color. Oof. You know what? That's okay. I wasn't too sure about that tip, but I think it's alright. Now we remove the guide because it's going to get in the way. Let's see. There we go. Now that I've got the outline selected, we can just erase these parts without getting into spots we don't need to be. Now we got a knife buffer so I don't get into the actual blade portion that I want there to stay. Blah blah blah. Bzz. There we go. Except now we need some of this. Oh yeah, that's nice. My music be getting kind of loud for him in my ears. You know what? I'll just turn it down on my speakers. Hell yeah, that is nice. Looks like it's not quite lined up though, and it's bugging me. All right. Yeah, now that we got more than one savant here, I've been thinking of finally getting around to opening up the creatures gilded server that I've been working on. Actually doing some playtests with people. Because the guys I was planning to get on as the first testers are really dragging their heels on getting back to me about it.
Skunk's Workshop said, "This is such a cool concept. Who is the babe I saw holding this weapon?"
She is just kind of a random member with no name. Her file name is Viridian Mender. So she's just kind of an example of one of the mooks in the order, one of the low-ranking guys. But yeah, I quite like it. I like the Viridian rod.
Dale Bakery Pop said, "Viridian babe, more like it."
Well, surely all the girls I draw could be classified as babes, right? I mean, I haven't deliberately made an uggo or anything like that. Haven't drawn any old women yet. What should we do next, though? That is the question. There's probably I'm sure there's a ton of equipment that I haven't added yet. Let's see. Characters.
Dale Bakery Pop said, "Particularly the Amazon-looking one. Peak babe." Kohate said, "You telling me gilfs aren't real?"
I don't know, Kohet. They could be, but I just haven't drawn any, okay?
RKIG Wilko said, "Viridian blunderbuss. And gilfs are definitely real."
Let's see. Yeah, I should probably draw a shield of some kind. This guy's got a shield.
Kohate
It's not
said,
super
at RKIG
fun.
Wilko PogChamp.
It's not like great, honestly, to be frank. Could probably use a new shield design, although I'd hate to update this picture with the more correct equipment. That's okay. He doesn't need all like up-to-date equipment. That dude's just a low-ranking one like the Mender. Real question is, what the hell would an actual shield look like with this technology? Let's go ahead and...
RKIG Wilko said, photosynthesis shield.
Photosynthesis shield. Yeah. So if it's made of green wood, that would mean that it just kind of regrows if there's any damage to it, probably. Which is something I already talked about, like in the last stream, actually. When I was drawing this dude. But I'm not super fond of that type of shield as, like, actual equipment. It looks more like it's an extension of the wooden body. I mean, oh, that's one. I need to draw like the verdant saber, I guess you'd call that. I don't know. It's kind of like a katana, but with a
RKIG Wilko said,
sword hilt.
Yes, it does. Skunk's Workshop said, what about an arrowhead with that solar energy?
Arrowhead. I'm not super sure how I'm gonna handle like arrows in the game. Normally I just leave it as an abstraction when it comes to ammunition for ranged weapons. I say as long as you've got your quiver, then you're good. You got as much ammo as you need. You're probably refilling it and picking stuff back up after battles. But we got these kind of arrows. I like that they're barbed. I think that's a nice way to, like, I don't know, do it with this kind of thing. But we could definitely use like a more magical type of thing where, like, if it had like the little flower at the end that projects a beam. But at that point, like, why isn't it just a wand? Why are you shooting it from a bow? You could just shoot energy from a wand, like this thing. Anyways. Let's see. Need to get that.
RKIG Wilko said, the flower might be better suited for the stabilizing fins at the back of the arrow.
Yeah, I thought about that when I was making it actually, but I was also thinking like it'd create an awful lot of drag. Probably not the most aerodynamic.
RKIG Wilko said, it's magical, straight face. Dale Dakery Pop said, I enjoy that there's creatures and equipment that are like flowers and plants, meanwhile there's woodlands of the bone trees.
Yeah. We'll have to deal with bone trees sometime. Maybe in this session. Although I've already kind of drawn some of that already.
Skunk's Workshop.
Let's see.
Said, what is this type of magic flower called?
I don't know, man. I haven't decided yet. We have a big one, actually. I didn't have that one revealed, but this is the giant version. This is what we call a wayward bloom. And it's basically a teleportation pad. Let's see, what was I doing? Oh yeah. The barbarian clans. Probably the first time I drew one of those bone trees. The hornwood tree. I like how twisty it is. So yeah, we'll have to do some more on them at some point, but working on this right now. I'm thinking
RKIG will
we just go with this basic shape.
said, extremely loud pizza belch.
Okay. You know what? I'm not sure if the braided look is really gonna work here. Whoops. I hate it. I hate it, guys. It looks awful. We're getting rid of this. What if...
Kohate
Hmm.
said, it looked more like a fancy necklace than a shield.
Yeah, exactly. We gotta walk a fine line here. They've already got swords with flowers coming out of them. We can't get too girly with it.
Skunk's Workshop said, why not make the shield out of the same material as the sword blade?
I'm not too keen on the idea of metal shields in general. They were usually wood. Let's see. Let's look up some references. Metal is usually too heavy to carry around. And wood has more stopping power. In general, it kind of absorbs the blow more than metal does. And the bladed weapons will kind of sink into it, letting you kind of...
Said, TBH, metal shields are pogged. Maybe save wooden shield for a different faction?
Save wooden shield for the... not the faction that uses the living wood equipment? Come on, man. Okay, I look up shield and I'm just getting like really generic stuff in Captain Planet, or not Captain Planet, Captain America.
Kohate said, Kappa. RKIG Wilko said, try bronze shield, laughing face. Dale Dakery Pop said, disagree, metal shields are cringe. Based wood and hide shield.
Yeah. Wood is like better for arrows because the arrows kind of sink into it and absorb the impact. And then when your opponent's hitting you with like bladed weapons, like maybe an axe or something, the axe will kind of dig into the shield and you can use that to like disarm them or knock their weapon to the side and make openings and stuff like that. Metal doesn't really do that. I am seeing a lot of metal shields when I search for shields. It's kind of annoying me.
RKIG Wilko said, it has good mass to knock people back though. The Legion and Phalanx used them to great effect in close combat. Dale Dakery Pop said, and wooden shields are cheaper to produce and repair.
Maybe we should just go with the kind of thing I had going on before, where it's got the metal on the outside. I could see a case for metal shields with the Wilder Steel. Because the whole thing with the Wilder Steel is that it's like... Let me get the actual thing showed up. It's got like the sparks in it. And then when those things like make contact and clash, they'll fly off and like cause it to get in your opponent's face and stuff like that. So that might be useful.
Dale Dakery Pop said, metal trim and bracing is not cringe. RKIG Wilko
Let's try doing both.
said, could be layered as well. Metal laminate over wood frame.
Why are we having such good discussion when I'm just here drawing shields and swords? I come in here and draw characters for like 5 hours and it's mostly just me talking to nobody. Maybe I should draw random equipment more often. Alright.
Dale Dakery Pop said, because I like arms and armor.
This is true, you do. And I as well. Although lately I've been
Dale Dakery Pop
paying a lot more attention to
said,
like...
most my project's concept art is weaponry. RKIG Wilko said, look man. I was on a 2-month-long bender. I'm sorry I missed it, but the important thing is I'm back now.
But yeah, I think I've seen enough about like weapons and armor for a while. Recently I've been on kind of a kick of just looking at like how older cultures did things. Like last night at work I was looking at some videos on how did the Romans do this.
Said, at RKIG Wilko can't believe you would ruin your streak SMH my head.
Oh, that's something else I was thinking of. I need like a term for people to use to represent like the money.
RKIG Wilko said, hangs head in shame.
See, the thing with creatures is that I always use like an abstract value for just for like denominating things, because the whole point is that like human civilization is not very coherent. It's all kind of scattered about and there's not a whole lot of it. So it would be kind of weird if they all had their own currencies. So the whole idea is that they kind of just deal in precious metals as precious metals, and that's it, along with other kinds of odder things. But I still want to have some way of like standardizing that, but I don't know what the hell to call their like units of measured value.
RKIG Wilko said, there's actually an incredible coherence to it when you boil it down to archetypes, smiley face.
What? I'm not sure what you're referencing there.
Dale Dakery Pop said, could just call it wealth, or like funds.
Well, in the game terms, I'm calling it cash, as in just like how much cash you have on you. It's the in-game, like the in-world explanation that I'm drawing a blank on.
Dale Dakery Pop said, Creature Coins is still our go-to meme name.
That sounds like a cryptocurrency. But yeah, when you select your equipment at the store, and the shopkeep says, okay, that'll be this many
said,
blank.
Hey man, how many scrumbles you got?
Scrumbles, yeah. Like what does the shopkeeper say to you? What word does he use? I thought about using like weight measurements, but then we'd be back at pounds. And I don't want to give the British that much
RKIG Wilko said, how big is the world and would all cultures necessarily share a common currency? Dale Dakery Pop said, Ruffian Trent is totally call money scrumbles.
So I haven't made like a full scope of the world. I'm just going to keep adding new areas to it as I see fit, as the game progresses. Kind of like what Magic the Gathering does, except instead of new planes, it's just new continents and stuff like that. That's the idea.
RKIG Wilko said, what form does said money take? Dale Dakery Pop said, if a culture makes a stand artist coinage, one side better have the most sacred of Sigoli on it.
You mean the S? Are we talking about the S? Let's see. Most of the money is just going to be like coins of precious metals. And they're all going to be valued by like just the basic metal content, how much you're getting. That's why I considered using like weight measurements. But there's also going to be like coins of exotic materials that you might find in like ruins of ancient civilizations and stuff. So you might find Wilder Steel coins or something like that.
Said, so all you really need are placeholder terms for pound, ounce, etc.
Kinda. No, I'm taking way too long on this shield. It's basically done. I just need to color it.
Said, of if it's varying metals based on the weight and size, maybe calling them cuts, bars and shavings.
Cuts, bars, and shavings. Maybe? I do like the sound of cuts. That'll be 50 cuts. You know, it's nice and casual.
Kohate said, weight measurements aren't uniquely British. I know China and Iran both did the same thing in antiquity. Dale Bakery Pop said, like I could walk into town WTH 20 silver shavings and buy myself a loaf of bone wheat bread from the Bone Tree Farmer.
Well, the thing is, you wouldn't walk in with 20 silver shavings. You'd walk in with silver shavings worth, or silver worth 20 shavings. Nah, I mean. Whoops. I hate that. I don't know what that particular function is of use it for, but I keep hitting that button.
Dale Bakery Pop said, Ruffian Trent doesn't count money, he just knows he's got enough for what he's buying.
Ruffian Trent sounds like he strikes a hard bargain sometimes.
Dale Bakery Pop said, Ruffian Trent is very poor. RKIG Wilko said, barter and intimidate our close cousins in the shop, laughing face.
We just have one skill for that. It's called persuasion. And however you intend to persuade people, that depends on the talent you want to apply. Alright. Let's merge all these line layers. I hate them being all separate. Let's see. There we go.
Dale Bakery Pop said, KS Disc can dance off a persuasion roll.
The hell did you just say? Type English, Dale. I know you're Aussie, but you can do it.
Dale Bakery Pop said, is disco dance a persuasion roll?
What the hell is discondance?
RKIG Wilko said, disco dance.
You mean discordance?
Dale Dakery Pop said, disco dance.
Disco dance? Is that actually what you're saying? Or is it the state or an instance of disagreement,
Dale Dakery
discord?
Pop said, I'm heckin' dying here.
That's what happens when you get Geronimo to say weird things. Disco
Dale Dakery
dance.
Pop said, thanks RK. Skunks Workshop said, LOLOL disciodents. RKIG Wilko said, Saturday Night Fever style. The shopkeep is so blown away by your sweet moves that he gives you a discount. Dale Dakery Pop said, disco isn't weird.
I have completely lost what this conversation was supposed to be about. Let's see. On
RKIG
to
Wilko
the
said,
highlights.
Persuasion.
Persuasion, yeah, but I mean, I'm talking about the other stuff.
Dale Dakery Pop said, I imagine I'd have to pay more if I started twerking as my persuasion check.
I hope that's not Ruffian Trent's default method of persuading people. Also, I don't think twerking is disco. I think disco culture was slightly more respectable than that. Not by much, mind you.
RKIG Wilko said, Ruffian Trent had a rough childhood /. Dale Dakery Pop said, no, Ruffian Trent's default is look at my cool jacket and eye covers, I call them shades.
He's got the Johnny Bravo technique, I see. Alright, time to color the line art.
Dale Dakery Pop said, basically the most charismatic human alive yet. Guess so cool.
Okay, that looks alright. So this is going to be the green wood shield. Should we use a different style for the Wielder Steel short shield, or should we just go with like the same?
RKIG Wilko said, a different style for the what now?
For the metal shield. I thought maybe it should be a kite shield, but then kite shields are kind of big, and if it's metal, that's probably going to be even heavier than a normal shield.
Said, yes. Dale Dakery Pop said, maybe a targe or buckler in the shape of a blooming flower. RKIG Wilko said, maybe more of a buckler?
Make like a smaller round one, I guess.
Skunk's Workshop said, I don't give good input. I like everyone else's ideas.
Okay, let's see. Round shields will be real easy. We can just go.
RKIG Wilko said, if you hate it, you can blame me. I can take it.
And then we make a smaller one. And go. Oh no. I have to raise the opacity. Perfect circle. Hell yeah. That might be a little small. Let's make it a little bigger. Okay. All right, let's make an inner circle here. Actually, we're probably going to need several inner circles. Having snapping would be really nice right now. Okay, move it over just a tad. There we go. And a little bit lower on that one. Freaking close enough. There we go.
Dale Dakery Pop said, out of curiosity, Dicebag, is there a place in the creature's world right now that's kind of a central hub of trade and education? Dale Dakery Pop said, etc. asterisk.
There is the capital city of the Allied Nations, which is on the coast, and that's probably the closest thing you're gonna find. Dang. These things need to be slightly larger. So let's select, expand selected area, 1. Whoops. There we go. So I haven't done a whole lot of detail on the city of Sea Sprig yet, and I probably won't do that until like a later release. But that's where you're gonna find like the largest place for civilization that's really available. Then as far as the Allied Kingdoms are concerned, each place has its own branch of what's called the League of Magi, which is kind of like their Pokemon League? I don't know, you might call it that. It's where you'd find your Professor Oaks for every region. They research all the new magic and discover new creatures and equip conjurers.
Dale Dakery Pop said, what kinda area is it? It's a seaside front, you say? Does it send probes out to each area's League of Magi?
Yeah, it's a coastal city. Does it send probes out to each area's League of Magi? They just kind of communicate. Like the League of Magi is just kind of a decentralized thing where each branch likes to share their research together and coordinate. But usually they just kind of function on their own. They're generally too separated to really do much between branches. But they do have ways to communicate over long distances, so it's not like they're totally isolated. And then, of course, each of the archmages that runs things at the League of Magi in each place is handpicked by the mythic conjurer that rules there. So for Root Run, the place that we're kind of starting in, it's of course the ruler is Arthur Oakthorn. So the archmage for the area is one of his buddies that helped him capture his mythic creature. So that's Lucas Lurk. No, let's bring people up. Let's bring up the characters I'm talking about.
Dale Bakery Pop said, so Root Runs guy is Arthur what's his face?
Yeah, we got Arthur Oakthorn here. This is the guy that rules over Root Run and the Vivid Vale. Root Run is the main town in that region. And then he's got several villages that are all under his command, but ruled by specific guys. So we've got, let's see, first of all, we got Lucas Lorik here, his buddy, one of the guys who helped him hunt down the Verdant King. And he runs the village of Barford, which is where the branch of the League of Magi is located. Then he's got his other buddy. Let's see. That's Casper Starber. He runs the militia, and he rules the village of Fort Wall. And then we got the Viridian Order. We've got Geldhart. So the Viridian Order is what we're working on right now with their equipment and all that. And these guys answer directly to the Duke. They're kind of like his knightly order. Kind of a pseudo-religious order. But let's see, this guy rules... What's it called? I'm forgetting the names of the villages. Iron Wheel, that's what we call it. And then we got Julian here. Julian rules Starshire, which is kind of like in the middle of the villages, so it's kind of a trade hub. Then we got Gideon. Gideon runs Flutterclaw, which is more on the frontier. And then there's everyone's favorite Chloe, who runs Rockwood. That's what it's called. Also a little more on the frontier.
Pop said, Flutterclaw LOL.
Yes, Flutterclaw. And there you have it. Now you know everything there is to know
Dale
about
Bakery
creatures.
Pop said, not Arthur's my favorite for the wrong reasons.
What are those wrong reasons, Dale? Alright, there we go. Multiply, let's put it
Dale Bakery Pop
25.
said, I have the right to remain silently.
It must be gay reasons then.
Dale Bakery Pop said, silently schemin'.
Arthur is probably the most fun out of the group. So I can't really blame you. Everybody else is a little more uptight. Well, except Chloe, she's special.
RKIG Wilko said, I dunno, Chloe looks pretty fun. For the right reasons, laughing face. Dale Dakery Pop said, would he partake in disco? Kohate.
I don't know,
said,
man. I don't know.
Chloe absolutely phode.
What do you have against Chloe?
Dale
Kohate?
Bakery Pop said, special.
Yes, Chloe is special.
Kohate said, special.
Did you guys even read her wiki entry? Or did I write that all for nothing?
RKIG Wilko said, Stuxt, I mean special.
Let's see.
Kohate said, you know, I actually did thank you very much.
Oh, well, thanks, Kohate. Glad to see somebody is actually reading the articles.
Dale Dakery Pop said, no, I voted for aesthetic reasons. RKIG Wilko said, I would have but I'm illiterate.
Whoop.
Dale Dakery Pop said, I'm all aesthetics baby.
What the hell am I thinking even? This should have like some kind of decoration around the middle, not just another circle. Oh, I
RKIG
removed the
Wilko
guides already.
said, I didn't want to say anything.
Anything about what? Being illiterate or something about Chloe?
RKIG Wilko said, I likeness of Wilford Brimley, to harness the power of diabetes. The Shield. RKIG Wilko said, asterisk A.
I don't know what that means. I'm just gonna keep drawing my little lotus flower here.
RKIG Wilko said, sigh I am so effing old.
Alright, let's merge these layers so I don't have to select a bunch of them. Oh, hell yes. Yes. This is gonna look badass. Now we're gonna have to color it purple. Yeah. Nice. Okay. Now we can remove this.
Dale Dakery Pop said, very groovy.
Groovy. Hell yeah. Uh,
Sky 7734 said, wow.
Hey there, Sky. Haven't seen you around before, so welcome to the channel. We're working on some equipment for tabletop RPG I've been working on. Nice. Now we just need to add the sparkles. Because nothing says nightly order like sparkles. Let's see, what other colors did I have? Blue? Kind of a greenish blue. Alright, now let's select all those and shrink selected area. Let's see, 2? Is 2 good? 2 will probably work. And
Kohate said, at RKIG will KO diabetes.
I think you might be a little bit behind the conversation, Kohet.
RKIG will KO said, finally. Laughing face.
Oh wait, is that the joke that I missed? Diabetes.
Kohate said, nah, I was just laughing rewatching an old video lol. RKIG will KO said, here diabetes.
You know what it's like living with diabetes? Alright, I think it's sparkly enough. You know what? No, it's not. It's got one spot that's like... over here. Needs a big old thing right there. Alright. What do I think? Should we move on to something else? I think I might be burnt out on Viridian Order stuff. Not entirely sure what I want to do with Everwhite beyond like the ice blades. Although the artisans I haven't done anything on, and I have like 3 characters drawn. Actually, I have more than that. You know, we'll keep her around. I don't need this one though. We got this boy and his hammer. And this boy and his staff. I definitely need to work on the grunts again at some point, but probably best to figure out what their equipment should look like before I draw new equipment for them. Let's see. Oh no, his line art is all in pieces. Okay, these layers are all the vials. Oh no, and his staff. Okay, I'll take that off. Alright. Dang, that's huge. Alright. You know what? Completely forgot to keep the proportions right. There we go. Having to switch back and forth between lower opacity and no opacity. Getting annoying. And I do not want to draw smoke all the way out to here. So we are going to pull this back in. Like so. Hell yeah. Now it's time. Let's pull up the creature that it's based on here. Where the Ghoulam at? There it is. Alright, let's see. Light or dark? That is the question. I'm thinking the bottom should probably be actually not like that. Actually... should probably be smaller.
Kohate said, I really want the nerd face emoji to be renamed to Actually.
That would make sense, wouldn't it? Alas, we are in, what year are we in? 2024? Do you want things to make sense? I hate this. Time to undo everything I did in the last couple minutes.
RKIG Wilko said, it doesn't matter, laughing face.
what does it matter? The year or the actual emoji?
Kohate. Said, nerd face. RKIG Wilkeo. Said, the year.
Of course it does. The year gets crazier as it gets higher. But y'all need to answer my question. Dark or light? Or perhaps a combination? Or perhaps neither. Perhaps we use the colors of the artisans themselves.
RKIG Wilkeo. Said, I'm leaning towards combination. Kohate. Said, dark or light just in general or for the smoke? I missed the question.
For the body of it. I ain't even far enough for the smoke. I don't know about the red. How's about blue?
Kohate. Said, oh dark 100%.
This is when we can do some actual concept art. Oh no, that's the wrong one. There we go. Let's see. CSP, why are your hotkeys screwed up? Where's my fill tool?
Kohate. Said, my bias is dark body and then maybe add some spice to the cage.
Okay. My main worry is that if I go straight off the creature itself, it's gonna clash with the color scheme of the guys.
Kohate said, what if you made the accents artisan colors?
Maybe.
RKIG Wilkio said, is that supposed to be a weapon of toxic kin mad?
Kind of. What if we kind of color shifted the darks? Let's see. Tonal correction. Hue. See, that's more red.
RKIG Wilkio said, maybe get some of the toxic greens into it?
Thinking if I make it a little more of a dark blue. What if we just go white with it, like it's just straight up smoke? That might work. Maybe throw some gray in there, actually. Some lighter grays.
Said, big ghost energy.
Big ghost energy. Kinda. I'm not opposed to that. See, does she even use... Yeah, it's just pure white. I think it looks better as the white. Eh. I think the gray just looks better. Let's try one more thing. I feel like the contrast, or the lack of contrast on this one just ain't as good. What if we, like so? That might fit the color scheme a little better and retain the general idea. It'd be a different color than the creature itself, but that's not a huge deal as far as I'm concerned. What does chat think? Let's get some feedback here. But I think I would go with that. Barring any other input.
Kohate said, I as a representative of chat, like the red.
I don't like the red though. Red is vetoed.
RKIG Wilko said, the contrast might be better with some shading on the rod/staff portion itself. It's a bit flat for a rounded object. Either could work. Kohate said, Pop Nemo, Pop Nemo.
You and your weird Twitch chats, go ahead. I always have to look. Maybe we can make it a little lighter.
Dale Dakery Pop said, I as a representative of me, like her outfit. Very chic.
Well, I wasn't asking about that, now was I? You know what? Ship it. We're taking it that way. That's how it's gonna be. All these others can get lost. Now we can throw some rendering on it. After I merge the layers.
RKIG Wilko said, putting a cute girl next to a staff and asking us to evaluate the staff is folly, straight face.
Well, she's the best example I have of this group right now. The guys aren't colored, or they're mooks that are very old pieces. Like this dude. We can't compare it with him because he ain't got colors yet.
RKIG Wilko said, she sure is.
I do like drawing the shorties. Speaking of, that's hers. We need to draw a weapon for her too. I didn't do that when I actually drew her. I'm thinking it's gonna be an orb, but it's gonna look like that. Maybe she can be next. Let's see. Rendering, that's what I'm doing here. We get dark colors, so I'm probably gonna have to use a lot of
said,
opacity.
Soften up that are there, dice. Say it with me, shotties.
No. Shorties. The smalls.
Dale Dakery Pop said, why do the cute ladies have the SUS creatures? Kohate said, Dice has never been to a club circa 1998.
Well, Dale, in this example, she has this creature because he's the most defensive one. And the small girls need the most defensive creatures to keep the bad guys off of them. We can see this philosophy in action with Chloe's team. See? You gotta protect your wizards.
RKIG Wilko said, stop making me feel old. Dale Dakery Pop said, yeah sure that's totally the excuse I'd use.
Okay.
Dale Dakery Pop said, I get ya 100% no alternative motive.
Oh, this was a bad decision. I should probably not work subtractively on this smoke. But yes, that is the main thing at play here. Thank you very much. Well, you gotta make them viable in gameplay, first of all. And from within that paradigm, I can do whatever I want. Alright. Highlight time. Oh no, I heard a Discord ring. What's in the stream mat? Make the staffy happy. I don't even know what you mean by that. We do not have happy stabs. They're just stabs, okay? Alright. I was trying to highlight the smoke, but the smoke is just white already. Not much I can do there. I probably should be coming up with some ideas of what, like, this kind of material would be useful for in-game. I'm like speaking beside the mic. Can you guys even hear me?
Dale Dakery Pop said, "Hey Dice Bag, what is your favorite creature?" Kohate said, "You're coming in crisp as ever."
What is my favorite creature? I don't know what favorite creature is. I also don't know what my favorite creature is. I can't really decide. You see, I made them all. So I have to like them to some extent. There's probably one that I hate more than the others, but I don't know about one that I like.
Dale Dakery Pop said, "Favorite creature." RKIG Wilkeo said, "Every parent has a favorite child, they just don't tell the others." Dale Dakery Pop said, "Okay, what's the least liked?"
Least liked. Oh man, I'm gonna have to go through and look at them to decide that. Let me open my big folder of creatures.
Dale Dakery Pop said, "My favorite is Magmant."
I know you like Magmant. We talked about Magmant before. Let's see, we got this guy who's kind of a weak design. I don't
Dale Dakery
talk
Pop
about him much because he
said,
needs a redesign.
"Everyone should like Magmant."
Let's see, what else? These guys, I wouldn't say I hate them, but they definitely need a redesign. Now, probably the one that I'm most unsure about whether it's fixable is these guys here. I feel like these are my
Okay.
weakest designs.
Said, those guys are cute.
Which guys? The bears or the therapsids? So yeah, I think these are my weakest designs.
Kohate. Said, didn't you already redesign the bears once?
I redesigned the little bear, and he's still kind of weird.
Dale
You know what? I
Dickory Pops
redesigned him twice.
Said, yeah, the bear lads aren't a particular fave of mine. I like the therapsids.
Okay. I like the idea of the therapsids. I like my animal anatomy was not as up to snuff when I drew them as it is now, so I feel like I need to go back and redo it. Make some of this guy a little more cartoony, and then make this guy just more correct. The guy a real crook on his neck there, and I don't think his spiny things are really good. And his horns are lopsided. You know what? I don't hate him. I just hate my skill level at the time. But yeah, there you go. Let's get rid of this. We don't need this either. We'll keep her around. Let's throw some reflected light on one side of this. I like reflected white. Alright, I don't think there's much else I can do on that thing.
Hello.
Hey, Evergrade. How's it going?
Good. Good. Got back. You got back from a family gathering recently, so I wanted to say hi and see what's going on.
Oh, we're having lots of discussion about world building and creatures and what my equipment should look like for these thingamajigs.
What equipment specifically? Weapons or?
Well, you should watch the stream. Let me
I do have
stream it to the thingamajig, I guess.
Okie dokie.
Share my screen. Let's see. I was working on the dude's staff from a few a few streams ago.
Oh, that's what that was. I saw them earlier here with that one female character, and I thought I wasn't sure what I thought. It looked like a really long smokestack. I forgot about the shape of the staff because I only saw the uncolored line art.
Yeah, it took a while to decide what colors I wanted. Now, probably should do the orb that I said Emily was going to have.
What kind of orb?
A magic orb.
Oh, like a crystal ball.
Like a crystal ball, yeah.
Neat. What does it do?
It shoot magic.
No. No. Really?
It shoot magic real good.
Magic in a magical setting? Man. Who'd have thunk it? Right, man? Right, guys?
Let's see. I have to line up my circles. There we go. We got a ball.
The sphere.
Oh, I spoke too soon.
Never mind.
I needed to keep this one up.
Wait, which one?
The one on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
Closed it. But I needed the colors.
Oh, that's what you meant. Is the sphere gonna be mainly white?
Kohate said, I would have never even began to countenance the conception.
What the hell, Kohet? What are you talking about?
You mean the comment on the bears? Cause I remember there were bear creatures. I think they had like honey or some like yellowish golden color on them that you said you were meaning to redesign.
Yeah, I think I redesigned them a couple times, but yeah, they're like my least favorites. Dale wanted to know what my favorite creature was, and I was like, I don't know.
I'm so bad at picking favorites.
I showed him the least favorite, which was like the bears.
I remember those two. The honey bears.
Yeah,
They did have honey on them, right?
something like that.
I didn't remember because I know I registered as honey, but I wasn't sure if it was the color of their fur.
Honey or sap, since they're kind of trees.
Dale Dakery
Oh yeah, wood
said,
bears.
my orb doesn't shoot magic. I just ponder it.
Okay, that makes sense.
Dale's orb doesn't shoot magic, he just ponders it? Well, maybe you should ponder D's orbs. Hmm. Hmm.
That gives me an idea.
What's your idea?
Give me a minute. Let me set up the drawing tablet.
Oh, we're gonna get a Wojak, are we?
No, it's the kind of low quality stuff that the creature cast has come to give its audience to expect. It may be slightly less quality. By the way, how was your week?
Oh, it was long.
Mine too.
I actually had to work overtime for once.
I had
not
to
for
work
once.
overtime
More like
Cool.
again.
work overtime a few times, and it was one of the few, and these were the 3 times I really, really didn't want to work overtime. So that was fun. The good thing about this week is that every other week that comes after is extremely unlikely to be as bad. At least as busy.
Well, I guess that's good.
Yeah. And there's been more stressful stuff. It's just been more consistent, like annoying work. Even when it doesn't bug me, it's just really tedious to get through. Especially because there are many cases where things are mostly done right on my end, but something pops up and I can't solve it on my own, so I have to contact people to get approval or wait for their responses.
Bureaucracy, yay.
Yep. Fun. Love leaving all my time in the hands of others. What could go wrong?
Okay, now I'm wondering how I can do this.
Oh, I get it.
I need to shade this whole thing. But the way my layers are set up is stupid. Because I am stupid.
Are you gonna? Is the shading supposed to cover the veins or not?
Yeah.
Oh, I think I see the problem, Dice. It'll buff out. Don't worry.
Here's what we'll have to do, I guess. We'll make this a clipping mask. And then we'll have to erase this stuff. You know what I neglected to do on the staff is color my line art.
I noticed that the staff is pretty good, but it seems like slightly less professional than it could. What could it be missing? And Dice, you just... There it is.
There it is.
Now, it's art.
Now it looks less dirty.
Yeah. Now it looks just the right amount of dirty. Perfect.
There we go. I think I'm gonna try and make like multiples of this little thing. Whoops. Because I'm not entirely sold on just making the whole thing like an eyeball.
You mean a bunch of eyes in the orb?
I'm thinking maybe I should try something that's more clearly a crystal ball with like an eye in it.
So, you'd make it like the standard blue glass, and the eye would be floating in it, or would it be?
Yeah, like a
Like that, but with-
palantir.
Okay, because there's that, or you could just have it like an eye with an iris, but everything around it is blue. See what you got.
Kohate said, this like body horror twist was very unexpected but welcome for the artisans.
Oh, you see, Cohead, the body horror twist is what I'm unsure about. That's why I'm gonna make multiple versions.
Not everything can be the bone tree, Koa.
So what if we made this kind of like so?
Chicken Mothman Enjoyer Jones said, could you go bowling with the eyes? They remind me of Wii Sports. Kohate said, I think it's wise to be unsure about it. Yeah, LMAO.
Welcome, Chicken Mothman Enjoyer Jones. Could we go bowling with the eyes? I don't think they have holes. I think you're better off sticking to shooting magic out of them.
Maybe you could vault them like those balls that people vault in Olympic events for some reason.
The shot put?
Shot puts, yes. No holes, but no one can say you can't throw them. Granted, no one's saying that's a good idea either. But I can't stop what people do.
Okay, what the hell's going on with my pin here? Why you no draw?
Are you using the right? You're using the right.
Chicken Mothman Enjoyer Jones.
Oh, wait.
It's the layer.
Tennis then?
It's the layer.
What's wrong with it? Is it no color?
I used the fill tool on the wrong one.
Kohate said, shot boot is such an
That's
immaculately
exactly
chatty
what would
game.
throw me off.
Okay, what? Oh, okay. Oh, man. I should have just done this a lot more straightforward instead of trying to layer it in stupid ways.
Live and learn.
Let's see. Jones says Tennyson. Nah, I don't think they'll bounce very well. There we
Not
go.
a definitive no. But if they're like crystal balls, I feel like they'd be too big. And they'd probably be a bit too big for baseball. Maybe softball. Maybe.
Holy fudge. I did everything wrong when I was trying to fix the problem.
Relatable.
Okay. Okay.
Chicken Mothman Enjoyer Jones said, are the eyes actual eyes or eye-looking crystals?
You know what? I'm still trying to figure out if they're actual eyes or eye-looking crystals. Well, okay, they're not going to be like actual, like fleshy eyes. It's supposed to be based on this boy. This guy here. Who is actually a construct. So,
Chicken Mothman Enjoyer Jones.
So does the
Sad.
eye
Dang.
orb use
Sad face.
similar magic to that creature?
It's like made from the same kind of material.
Oh,
Is
right.
the idea.
Because he's a construct.
He's a
That makes sense.
construct.
I get it.
Alright. Throw the overlay on there. Let's see. I kind of hate how I drew that. Let's start over.
Experimentation is important. So I did think it looked a little weird.
Alright.
Hey.
Hey?
For horses, yes.
Don't you bring that grandma humor in here?
I'm sorry, I can't do Zoomer. I can't do Zoomer humor well. Too old.
Do Zoomers have humor?
I don't know. I don't know. They keep making up new words. How am I supposed to keep up with that?
Let's see.
An ever-expanding lexicon of definitions.
Alright, time to copy and paste some more. Because I have other ideas. Let's see.
Kohate said, the Zoomers have humor but it's funked up.
You know what? There should probably be some more kind of rendering on this whole thing.
Maybe.
Should put some reflected light in here, maybe. Wait a second. What the hell am I doing? That's the wrong layer. Ah, I did the thing.
He did. He. Wait.
I did the artist
Chicken
meme.
Mothman Enjoyer Jones said,
Would you draw
my
the
nephew said the phrase
layer?
"you're so phantom tax" is that a joke? He wouldn't explain.
You're so phantom tax that I've heard similar statements, and I have no idea what they're supposed to mean.
What?
Mothman Enjoyer, read the chat, boy.
I see.
We
no,
have
I
an
see,
active chat today.
I see it. I'm trying to comprehend it. That's the problem.
Yeah, phantom tax. I have heard the meme referenced in the Vtuber community.
Wait, that's okay. That's definitely real. Then it's not a parody.
But yeah, I do not understand where it came from or what it means or what's funny about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
There we go.
Mysterious. So, if you rotate the orb, do you still see the iris the same from every angle?
Probably. I'd imagine it would want to be looking at you.
I like that a lot.
Although I have some ideas that might be a little different.
Sure.
Let's
What you
see.
got in mind?
Well, hold on. I'm still trying to replicate the
Bakery
things I
Pop
was doing just a minute ago.
Said, maybe it's like
You
phantom voters.
Phantom voters, Dale. Phantom. I don't know.
Wait.
I haven't heard anything
Chicken
resembling
Mothman
what you're
Enjoyer
talking
Jones.
about.
Said,
Phantom vote.
is
Like,
the eye sentient?
does he mean phantom
hate.
pain?
Said,
Like
some ideas.
pain that you.
I don't know.
Pain
Can
that-
somebody get on the internet and Google phantom tax for us?
I'll do it. Man, I hate looking up memes because it's like someone having to explain the joke. If you don't know it, you're out of it.
Okay,
Oh
so
jeez, I don't want to look too deep, but the first thing that came up was an article from Business Insider that says the new Gen Alpha slaying phantom tax has even stumped Gen Zers.
what?
The new Gen Alpha slaying phantom tax has even stumped Gen Zers.
Oh, Gen Alpha?
Yeah.
So we're getting deep
Actually, wait,
deep in the
it's-
generational divide.
It's spelled, that's not phantom tax, it's phantom tax. Phan-U-M tax. And I don't think I want to read deeper into this because I feel like I'm gonna get a headache. And of course, it started on TikTok.
Dale Bakery Pop
Everything starts on
Said,
TikTok with
yeah, as a zoomer, I'm
zoomers and
stumped AF.
alphas.
When does everything end on TikTok? When?
Dale's getting his first kids these days moments.
Yeah. I'm not getting my last, I know that.
Alright. So here's the idea. Not quite like that.
Dale Bakery Pop said, no, I have lots of those moments.
Ah,
What's up? Ooh.
Dale. Dale saying things in chat.
Chicken Mothman Enjoyer Jones
Oh,
said, he was
No, I have
watching
lots
some
of those
video with the
moments.
toilet that
Same,
had a
man.
human head coming out of it. Kinda reminded me of those old Shrek turned down for what animations. Dale Bakery Pop said, I've always been an old man in my soul.
we really need to get Geronimo in the Discord chat somehow.
Did you try sending Geronimo an invite?
I don't think he can answer it. He's not advanced enough.
If I'm advanced enough to do it, he is. I
Well-
believe in him.
I took away his autonomy.
Oh,
He's not currently an AI. Because I don't
Define-
trust those guys.
define AI, because Photo Basher and slightly more advanced search engine isn't artificial intelligence, despite what everyone tells us.
Dale Bakery
Okay,
Pop
Nostradamus.
said, oh god, skibbity toilets. Genuinely do not get the appeal, and I've seen
I
adults
do have
say
a
yeah,
habit
it's
of
cool.
being pedantic. Will admit.
Skibbity toilets? I don't think you spelled skibbity correctly, Dale.
He didn't. He did
Chicken
not.
Mothman Enjoyer Jones said, my nephew said it
I
had
actu-
a lot of lore.
I actually do kind of get it, but like everything going on around it is so absurd. I don't blame people for hating it. My nephew
Kohei
said it had a lot of
said, skibbity toilet is high art.
it technically does.
Dale Dakery Pop said,
Scooby-Doo-
AI,
Toilet says
abominable
Scooby-Doo toilet is
intelligence,
higher. Like,
heresy
okay,
to the Imperium.
I've watched it, and one thing I'll say to defend it, like, it's really advanced Gmod style, like, animation absurdity.
Chicken
It's not
Mothman
stuff
Enjoyer
you've seen-
Jones
Like, I
said,
don't consider it like
"Is it
movie
good?"
award-winning stuff, but it clearly has a lot of work put into the animation.
Award-winning. Who?
I mean,
Are we there? Is that what we're talking about now? Award-winning?
actually, yeah, you're right. What do
Gmod?
awards mean these? What do awards mean these days? Like, I've watched it, and it's interesting. It is interesting to watch.
So what I'm getting is that
said,
it's
"At
just some
Mothman,
kind of
no, it's
animation.
not good."
It is. It's technically an animated series that started
It's a
as
series?
Dale
Like,
Dakery Pop
it's a series.
said,
Yeah,
"No,
like
it's
a
not
series
advanced
of
source
short
filmmaker
clips.
animations. It's
That's
very
part.
standard.
I'm pretty sure that's part of why
Y'all
it got
just haven't
popular
looked
because
AR
they're like
much."
maybe a minute or so long, and you could see them on like TikTok or YouTube Shorts pretty quick. Let me check. Let me look it up.
Dale is seething in chat.
Dale Dakery Pop said,
Okay.
"Kick Evergrade
You-
for sympathizing
You know what,
with
Dale?
pagans."
I'll accept Dale. I'll accept that. I haven't because like I was around, but I never watched much Gmod stuff. And to be honest, most of the stuff I looked at was just funny because of how absurd it looked.
Can we talk about this version of the orb? How about you ponder this orb? What do we think?
I made it better.
What?
Look at I posted it.
Oh.
Kohate
Oh, there we go.
said, "Anani Mouse, the goat."
Anonymous? Isn't it Anonymous? Kohit?
Said, "Dice, I do not like that orb."
You don't like the orb.
Dale
Go with,
Dakery
why do
Pop
you hate orbs?
said,
But
"I
do you
sigh the vessels on the orb."
do you like this
Chicken
orb?
Mothman Enjoyer Jones said, "The orb is looking spooky. Good spooky." Dale Dakery Pop
I figured
said,
Dice might like
"I like
that
the
orb.
ride too."
Okay, Dale likes the more crystal looking ones.
Fair enough.
Chicken Mothman Enjoyer Jones likes this orb. He says it's looking spooky.
Dale Dakery Pop said,
Kohit
"That's the
does
real
not
orb."
like the orb.
I'm leaning towards orb 2 and 3.
The
One
thing,
looks
the thing that made me
Chicken
kind of
Mothman
like this
Enjoyer
orb,
Jones said, "The eyelid is cool."
it's kind
Dale
of like
Dakery Pop
made out of the same material as this
The
guy,
orb
you
bears
know?
the sacred sigil.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I like it. My first thought is that it doesn't look like a crystal orb, which I think could be a good or a bad thing if you're trying to sell it as like an item instead of a body part. Because I look at the creature and I keep forgetting that he's a construct because he looks organic.
Yeah, he's supposed to, because he is aberrant type.
Yeah, so I think that fits. It,
We also need to take this reflected light here. Put that on him.
gonna take the light and push it somewhere else.
Chicken Mothman Enjoyer Jones said, "If the orb can't wink at you, is it really an orb?"
That's a good question, Mr. Chicken. Is the Palantir really an orb? Since
Dale
Sauron
Bakery
has a
Pop
lidless eye?
Said, maybe make the vessels translucent or
Wait,
more
if the
subtle
orb
so
can't
it
wink at
doesn't
you,
look still alive.
I don't think orbs are supposed to wink at you.
Wait, Dale, it's supposed to look still alive. That's the point.
Dale's not caught up on the lore.
Okay. Said, really hard to argue with that kind of logic tbh.
I'm gonna be real with you guys. This last one is kind of my favorite just because it's the most
Dale
recent
Bakery
thing I
Pop.
thought of.
Said, the Palantir is an
That's all I meant
archetypical
by
orb.
my decisions. For some reason, because it has the organic layer, the first orb there looks like it would be soft if you held it. Which I don't think is
Chicken
really a
Lockman
good
Enjoyer
thing.
Jones.
All the orbs are pretty orby though. That is correct. Well, this one's not so orby. It's not quite an orb. It's got like protrusions and
They're spherical. Spherical!
you like it? Dale likes it being made of the eye, just maybe more glazed over or polished. Now, I'm gonna be real with you. I mostly like this one because of the implications it has for other types of equipment. Because if you got an orb that's made of like this carapace material, then you could also have like armor that's made of the same thing, or like swords made out of it, or something like that. That's what's really making me think it's kind of cool.
Tree swords.
Let's tone down the shine a little bit though. Do you have to polish the orb? Like keep it maintained? I don't know, you might have to pick like the sleepies out of its eyes when it wakes up.
I feel like if you did polish it, you'd only have to polish the open part and the rest. Would you have to wash it? Is it... I still maintain that the outside looks at least softer than that, and you wouldn't... like flesh, and you wouldn't polish flesh.
You wouldn't polish flesh, would you?
Do you when you clean, do you polish yourself? No, you wash yourself.
Are we going down the living armor route? Living armor would be pretty cool. I don't know if the armor itself would be like living, but I mean the orb is magical, so it would make sense that it would be alive to some extent.
Okay.
Or maybe
So
not like actually alive, but just kind of animated.
That's what I wanted to clarify. Is the orb alive, or is it just a body? Is it just like a body part?
Yeah, I wouldn't think it's like... It would be alive in the sense of like how the what am I trying to say? How the beef mounds would be alive.
Like, it's not sentient, but it still does.
Yeah.
It still functions.
It's alive as a plant would be alive, kinda.
Okay, so so would the eye? Would
Here,
the iris
Here it's
move? And
here's
would the eye
it's winking at you here. Here we go. Does that make
Okay.
it endearing yet?
I think the answer is going to be split yet between yes and no.
We'll give it a little heart.
Please stop. Okay, good. Okay, good. Like hearts and eyes activate my fight or flight instinct these days.
There we go. So it's in constant agony, but is unable to comprehend it. No, it's not in agony at all. It just doesn't think.
The meat mounds aren't in agony. They can't process that. In terms of levels of pain, the meat mounds would technically be in a better state than the people. If you don't mind losing all the positive aspects of sentience, like being sentient.
Chicken Jones says, I've only known the orb for 15 minutes, but if anything hurt it, I'd be emotionally devastated. See, it's cute.
But Dice, how can I punch the orb at my enemy if I get attached to it?
You don't punch the orb, you shoot magic out of the eye.
What if I want to punch the orb?
Well, then you're gonna break it. And then you'll be without a weapon.
I'd be more sad about losing my orb than losing my weapon. It's like the companion cube all over again.
Now see, you guys have let me go too far. Now I can't just abandon the orb. I'm too attached to it.
So is the orb going to be a main character?
The orb's not going to be a main character.
Sad.
You know, maybe it would look better if it was like a smiling eye. With the hearts.
He looks happy on the second version. As happy as you can get him without a mouth.
You know, I spent long enough on the orb. We're gonna keep the Carapace orb here. But we'll keep the other ones in reserve for later. Just in case. Just in case I change my mind.
Good Corb.
Then we can move on to the other guy in the hammer. Oh wow, he's all on one. Oh no, wait, no, he isn't. But his hammer sure is. Hell yeah. All right. Let's see if this is actually straight. Not quite.
You must believe the lines are straight.
I don't believe it.
You must believe in yourself.
But self-doubt is how I got fairly good.
Okay, then don't believe in yourself.
Never be content.
Don't believe in yourself. As long as you don't exist, you'll keep working. Because your art shall be what make you who you are.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Definitely.
Definitely.
Totally.
All right.
What creature did the guy, the hammer owner, have?
He has the psionic one, the crystal looking guy.
Oh. Okay.
If I get a second, I'll pull him up. If I can get the find where it says he's at. Ah, there he is. There he's the boy, Silim. You know what? I could probably make various types of weapons and armor out of him as much as I could the carapace stuff.
Are you gonna make carapace armor?
Probably.
Okay, because that would be really cool.
First, let's get this.
What about waste bucket armor? Because I didn't want to say garbage can armor.
Toxic waste armor, yeah. I don't know.
Poison resistant smacks.
I don't know if it'd be cool enough. Aesthetically. That would be my main concern.
It would be so easy to cosplay. People can just get a bunch of cans and strap them together.
Oh, I could already do that for the creature. Westerners like making ugly characters. Am I not living up to the up to my stereotypes?
I can make ugly characters, but it's usually an accident when I'm trying to make something good.
I believe that's what the PAL World dev said.
Yeah. I guess I'm a bad Westerner. I try to make things look good. So...
You know, it sounds kind of like a thing you recoil from. Like, no, we don't. But like, half the VTubers I've seen play PAL World immediately default to making like the weirdest looking character they can out of the character creator.
Oh, that's what...
That's what we're talking about. Like, I think he was talking about having the weirdo character creator, and he's like, yeah, well, sometimes Westerners like to make ugly characters.
I tend to see it as like in the absurdity. Like, people don't ask if they should, they want to prove that they can.
Yeah. You might say we are adventurous.
The Virgin peak efficiency versus the Chad making the worst build possible to dominate with.
Let's see. Trash man armor would be cool.
Trash man in creatures, amazing.
Na 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 trash man.
The hero we need.
I added some new music to the playlist this time, and I'm down for it.
Jam to when you're making a fantasy RPG.
Let's see.
Would you have any parts of the hammer glow like the feature?
I don't know.
With characters, it's just testing the character creator's limits. If you can make it, it's meant to be. Like with Street Fighter 6's character creator.
Fighting games get some pretty funky ones.
Capcom's was apparently good because it exploded partly because of that
It exploded?
popularity.
Oh. I thought
And
we were talking about console malfunctions like the Xbox 360s used to do.
Yeah, the Red Ring of Death. I remember that. I think I remember. I think it was Soul Calibur. That one had a fun character creator, but it was also so annoying people because the hitboxes for the characters weren't accurate with the accessories online.
I played Soul Calibur as a single player game, and that's it.
Yeah.
They had fun game modes for single player. And one that was like a strategy game in one of them.
Strategy game, like an RPG.
Nah, more just like I don't know how else you describe it. A strategy game, like Civilization, but you know.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
With fighting or a completely separate minigame?
Like you'd have your fighting game characters, and you'd like move them out around the map and attack the other player, and you'd fight their characters and like take control of their places.
Okay.
You know, like a strategy game.
And it's like Civ?
Along those lines, where you're like moving things around a map and trying to beat your opponent like chess or something.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
And you could use your custom characters in it.
Let's see.
I want to say that was probably like Soul Calibur 3?
I'm gonna look up Soul Calibur 6 custom characters.
Alright, I think I fiddled with the drawing enough. A grand strategy 4X game with fighting game combat sounds dope. Well, it wasn't quite like 4X, it was like much smaller scale. I don't know what to compare it to off the top of my head. It's just a generic strategy game where you move units around a map. But combat is resolved by fighting game. I played that a lot in college when I should have been doing classes, but I dropped out anyways because I was an art major. And that was a stupid idea.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Favorite old weird mashup was Mortal Kombat Chess. I haven't heard of that one. It sounds
Mortal
like
Kombat.
it sounds like it's not actually like anything different than just a reskin of chess. Here I am again saying I'm done with the lines and then making more lines.
I'm done. I'm totally done with this. Proceeds to go back to it.
That's literally every stream I do. I'm like, yeah, I think I'm done. I'm gonna stop streaming. And then I stop streaming and log out of the chat, and then I'm like, I need to fix this. And then I sit here for like another half hour just tweaking things.
Well, that's why we let things sit. That's also why we need to find the point where we conclude that something is done. Otherwise, you end up tweaking it forever.
Alright, now here's the real question. What colors do we actually use on this thingamajig?
Oh my gosh.
Oh. What?
I found the perfect one for Soul Calibur 6 Customs.
Why you keep putting that? Hell yeah.
I'm not sure what it... Okay, stream chat would probably be better. That was completely by accident, but I already peeked this. I'm not going to look for any more.
Hey, it's Fat Albert, or Fat Astaroth.
Finally, a good fighting game character. I can't imagine this something like this not reading well in PvP. Okay, this is a close. Okay, this one is a close second. Oh wait, let me check the gifts.
He's getting his mallet.
They have it.
I don't think I can put that as a GIF on screen. That's a shame.
Sad. No one will know the secret to the true Chad stride.
Well, half the chat is in the Discord already, so.
A third of the chat. Wait.
I don't know. Who's still here? Who's lurking?
There's 3 viewers, and I have the tab open. One tab open.
Who's lurking in my chats?
Answer quickly. The husky fat Albert should not be displeased.
Come on, chat. You got to stop lurking on me. I need to get my numbers up, and the chats. An active chat is imperative.
Man needs to eat, and whether it's from numbers or the audience, he shall feed.
Now, as I was saying before, I kept getting off tangents. I'm running into the problem where I'm not sure if I should keep the entire like color scheme from the creature or like branch out.
I think at least keeping the pink crystals is good.
I feel like pink is the weakest part of it.
Really?
Because it's freaking pink.
Well, when I say that, I like the pink. It's when I see the pink construct creature, that's the first thing I think of, partly because the pink is on its head. Unless you want it to be like the eyeball which I think was a bit more purple.
Yeah. Might be a good idea to change the eyeball up a little bit too. Perhaps if the eyeball was like the bluish leather color. That's too much. That's too blue.
Okay, if you're gonna have the eyeball as bluish, maybe you could have, like, at least for for something like the handle, have it similar to the staff and the hammer, because they're actually a pretty similar, and the hammer handle, because those are actually kind of similar now that I look at it.
Wonder maybe we can just straight up I don't feel like that's quite right, but I think it's close.
Okay, so you want the color scheme to match their outfits, but have the material similar to the creature. Is that what you're going for?
Kinda.
Okay.
Well, we take this color. It's probably not blue enough.
It does look a little gray. That's definitely blue.
It's definitely blue, but it's like not like same kind of blue.
Yeah, sky blue. Okay.
A little more like so, maybe. Just make them like paler versions of the main color scheme. It kind of retains the same idea of like the Xylem. It's just kind of a color shift.
Right.
I think that'll work. And it should match the actual colors. Grimace Hammer? Nah, we don't want no Grimace Hammers.
Grimace Hammer challenge and creatures? Could it be?
Alright. Let's just overwrite that one and pretend the old one didn't exist. And while I'm at it, let's copy the recolored orb over there as a alternative. Oh, it's a completely different size. Remind you of the toy hammer from RF4. What the hell is RF4?
Okay, definitely not going to look this up. R4. Dream full. What?
What? What do you know? What's going on?
Rune Factory 420.
Oh,
What do you mean? There's no
the fourth radio frequency.
this. Thing that showed up was Rune Factory 4. Here's the hammer in question. Dude, it does. A little.
Huh?
I said a little.
That? Hard disagree.
I only see it in the red. And when you put it next to it, it's much different. Because your hammer still looks kind of pink. A hot pink.
Hot pink.
The barbarians with their hot pink gem hammers.
The time-lapse replay is going to be fun on this one. We got like Fat Albert and Eustace popping up for split seconds. Go ahead says that's a hammer icon from Mario Party RPG. Well, there's a Mario Party RPG? What are you talking about? What?
Which one? Which one?
I don't know. Is there more than one Mario Party RPG?
There's three. There's technically three, and two of them are our whole series.
Mario Party?
Wait, Mario Party?
Mario Party is what he says.
What do you mean Mario Party RPG?
That's what I'm saying.
There's a Mario RPG. Not
Maybe
a party,
he means
but
Mario RPG. I don't know.
That's what I thought, and apparently he does. Well, which one? Because I don't think you mean Paper Mario, but that's still two other games. I'm assuming he means like the original one on SNES.
Yeah, there was some really old one I remember that it exists.
Yeah,
I was thrown off by the Mario Party RPG. I was like, what?
the party didn't register for me. But Mario RPG is still kind of vague. Oh, here's a good cut. Oh.
Mario Party is an RPG where you play the role of someone in agony, he says.
So it's
I kind of like Mario Party. I will defend it. I don't think it's that. I think people are just salty because they bad losers.
Well, here's the thing. The more I lose at a game, the worse it is. But the more I win at a game, the better it is.
Yeah, what's the point of a game if there's not like a challenge to it, or if you're not if you're not in danger of losing?
You die in the game, you die in real life. Truly the most fun we could ever have.
Mario Party is a game you play if you hate your friends. Okay.
So what you're saying is we should try to play Mario Party sometime.
Yeah. Artistic Savant's Mario Party.
Quick big title. Is this the end of Artistic Savants? We play Mario Party and find out.
Breaking our friendship. Ha 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 ha.
I got the stars, but at what cost?
There's literally 5 things you would hate less than that. Again, I do not understand the Mario Party hate. I think it's fun, you just have to not take it seriously.
No, I don't think anyone hates Mario Party. I think they've all experienced it kind of it's that kind of thing, you know, in the games where you're riding high, things are going really well, and just one bad dice roll, you're just kicked back to last place. Well, I haven't played as much, but that's kind of how I feel like with Mario Kart, where it's a very harsh to people if they lose first place, and getting kicked back on that can feel really bad. Chicken Mouth Manager Jones says those frosted sugar cookies. Oh wait, are you talking about those, like the ones where the cookie itself is a bit dry but it has that thick layer of frosting on top? I don't know how to describe it. It's the kind of thing they usually have for holidays. Like I saw a set with some pink frosting for Valentine. It's the kind of thing where I know it's definitely not good for me, but I still kind of like to have it on occasion.
I just noticed that Geronimo is not reading the chats anymore.
You hurt his feelings when you didn't invite him to the Discord. Chicken Mouth Manager says yes. Yes, I know exactly what you mean. Those are good.
Alright. Time to color the line art.
This is where the magic happens, people. This is where the line art's colored.
Why are you guys putting Sans Undertale in my Discord?
Believe it or not, Dice, that actually isn't a screenshot of Sans from Undertale. It's actually a custom version of Sans from Soul Calibur 6. Would you believe it?
That might be worse.
I know, it looks just like him in game. It's hard to tell. Let me see what Sans Gifts Discord has.
Oh, does Discord have that thing where you can just search for gifts now?
Now, they've always had it.
Well, I've never used it.
I don't use it too often because the main reason is that I like to post text with a lot of pictures I post, and it doesn't do that. I have to post the text before or after the gift goes down.
Sans Undertale and Smash was a historic event? I don't believe that happened.
It was a costume.
Oh.
It happened still, and I believe Megalovania got into Smash.
Frankly, it would have just been more reason for me to hate Smash.
Understandable. Okay, this is the gift I think is the most amusing. No idea where it's from. But it is a GIF.
Okay. That is Sans Undertale, alright.
Exactly how... The perfect portrayal. The most Saiyans that Undertaled ever.
How am I gonna hate Smash but like Mario Party? It's because Mario Party isn't to be taken seriously, but people take Smash way too seriously. Also, with Smash, the screen is always zoomed way the hell out, and they've got so many stupid effects going on with everything you do, and such busy backgrounds happening, and 4 players on the screen. How can you even tell what's going on? You can't tell what's going on, you're just guessing.
You're making a good argument to turn like the default stage on. Which I don't think they added until at least the 4th game.
Okay, Boomer.
Yeah, skill issue, Dice. Just get better eyes.
Look, I'm very easily distracted as it is. I've been on the internet too long and it's ruined my attention span.
Did you say something? I was distracted.
What?
What? What are we talking about?
I don't know, probably something about Nintendo.
Probably. On the topic of video games, have you heard of the big AAA always online single player game to release this week?
No, what is it?
Suicide Squad.
Oh, that one. Yes, I
Yeah,
have
that
heard of
one.
that one.
Yeah. Dice, do you know what headcanons are?
That's what Blastoise has when it goes Mega Evolution, right?
Yes. But in a metaphorical sense, that's when people have their own idea of what is canon to a story, which may or may not be officially endorsed.
Yeah, they're always wrong.
Or I don't care. I'm keeping my headcanon where, despite the developer saying that Suicide Squad, the game where Batman goes out like a common jobber, is canon to the Batman Arkham games. My headcanon is that the game is not canon to the Arkhamverse, which will probably be proven true anyway through multiverse shenanigans.
Bro, I don't take anything comic book related as important.
I understand that.
I don't believe anything they say. Character dead? Okay, I'll just wait till you reboot it. I'm not gonna read anything, by the way. Your lore is too hard to keep up with.
Yes.
I'll just read the wiki maybe occasionally if I feel bored sometime.
This actually was one continuity in one fairly straightforward game series.
One continuity.
Yes.
As opposed to all the other continuities.
Yes. So they actually had something decent and they ruined it. Peak modern comic book.
Never play those games anyways.
Yeah, I haven't either, but I watched some of them on YouTube. It's a cool game. Very edgy comic book stuff, but still good.
Dale says the reception to that game is so bad people are demanding refunds to the point the game will probably lose money due to refunds alone. Like, honestly, I don't know what people were expecting from a game called Kill the Justice League.
I think they were expecting good UI.
Yeah. initial trailer looked trash anyways. Don't know why anyone had any hope for it. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
They had hope because of the name brand from the developer, and everyone who made the developer what it was left. But man, can you imagine a game that was worked on for at least 7 years getting this kind of development? I mean, it totally was further developed and not reworked in any way. No signs that it was meant to be another battle royale nonsense with stuff similar to Apex, with UI similar to Apex Legend when it comes to loot box nonsense. That's just a theory.
People gotta stop buying games from publicly traded companies.
That may be the easiest way. I'm not in a place to judge, but it at least helps to not pre-order things, especially since like the big warning sign is that they had they offered to offer like pre-order bonus for like and other stuff for like up to $100, and I think that's just a warning bell. Goat says, honestly, people just gotta stop buying games. Honestly, fair.
You know, if I keep going with this stuff, I might have to redesign the guys I just made.
Be careful, Dice. You know you absolutely will.
Because why would this guy not also have crystal armor? Know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I can't see all of it, but the quote says something, a good Harley Quinn in any medium. She's trash and keeps getting worse. Stop trying to make her the post-real DC. I'll defend the original Harley Quinn, and I liked her in the Arkham games. She's constantly gotten worse the more DC has tried to focus on her. I do it. It's a bit of a it's a bit of a bummer that she was at her best when she was just Joker's abused spouse. But that's the kind of writing she gets these days.
They should just stick to having Quinn be comedic eye candy.
That'd be fine with you. I'm fine with that. I get the idea of wanting her to, like, be serious and rise from her struggles, but she always sucks most of the time when they try to do that, because they have to obsess over the girl boss nonsense.
Yeah. Girl bossery ruins everything.
There is a tie-in movie, I think Batman Assault on Arkham it's called, where I like her in that, but she's still really unhinged and very much a criminal. And her actively gunning to kill the Joker was still amusing. She was at her best when she was intentionally two-dimensional. I don't know. I think she still had some depth originally, but like I said, she was at her best when she was just like hopelessly in an abusive relationship with the Joker, where the Joker cared more about his cat and mouse game with Batman and was just using her.
What other kind of weapons could I make out of this crap?
Dale did see Assault on Arkham. Yeah, that
Speaking
was a
of,
good movie overall.
I think I saw it as well. I don't remember too much about it though. Just that it was kind of told from the villain's point of view, and Batman was like not in the spotlight. He was kind of like the mysterious conflict.
Yeah, it's called a Suicide Squad. It's called Assault on Arkham, it's a Suicide Squad movie.
Right.
And the Suicide Squad, of course, their deal is that a Black Ops team made of criminals who will get their head blown off if they don't follow orders.
Right.
So the government can just kill them and write them off and have them do illegal stuff off the books.
Government doing bad things?
Impossible. Dale says, yeah, DC's animated films tend to be okay. I need to catch up on their animated stuff. The last animated movie was the Batman, essentially dealing with... It's sort of like a 19th century version of Gotham, plus dealing with, like, some sort of a Lovecraftian and horror coming to Gotham, which is honestly kind of normal for Gotham, since the city is... If there was a big plot line involving Gotham being canonically cursed, it would be so easy to believe. Because the best justification for anyone living at Gotham is that things suck so much that the property like prices are like at rock bottom. Assault on Arkham doesn't have Batman in the title, but it's in the Arkham games timeline, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't remember exactly one, but I believe it takes place in between one of the, like, either the first and second or the second and third game. It's big enough that it could be either. It's definitely after the original Arkham.
By the way, screw you, Kohet, no guns.
No old-fashioned flintlocks?
Guns don't belong in fantasy.
Lord of Bowels movie is way better than the comic. I remember liking the comic at the midpoint, but I can barely remember the ending. It sort of fizzled out. I think it kind of fizzled out, which is kind of how I feel about the Court of Owls in general, because there was a big mystique, and I don't know, it feels like they just became occasional addition to the rogues gallery at any other time, which I don't know, it made them it felt most special in the introduction and didn't really pick up to anywhere near that afterwards.
Alright, Wilco, here's the thing. We don't need guns in fantasy. We have wands. Okay? We have these thingamajigs that can shoot lasers and have laser swords. And it's way more fun than guns.
It's like a cartoon. Instead of shooting bullets, you shoot lasers. Also,
no, Dale, it doesn't depend on the aesthetic. They just shouldn't be there.
Also,
it's
Dale,
not very fantastical.
Yeah. Since you mentioned that, like, Joker not being dead after City, I'm wondering if it takes place before Arkham Asylum now, because with the plot details, I don't think Joker should be as healthy as he is in the movie.
Ooh.
Like I said, it's vague enough where I'm not agonizing too much about the details, because there's not really any direct contradictions I can think of. It can be a gun that shoots wands. Okay, but what about a wand that shoots guns? That sounds magical.
Guns are older than full plate? I don't care.
But are guns cooler than full plate?
Full plate looks kind of stupid anyways, not gonna lie.
You're just saying that because you don't like drawing it, which I completely respect.
Let's see. Anybody else only hearing every third word from guest number 2? That's either you or his stutter.
That could be me. Let me check in and out quick. I am back. See what happens. So will this wand shoot beams, or is it a case where you slash it and a slash of energy is forward?
This isn't a wand, this is a sword.
Sword, I meant. The sword do either of what I mentioned before.
What was the question? I was hung up on that.
Will it shoot beams of energy?
Probably not.
Will it be a case where, similar to Cloud from Final Fantasy, you slash the sword and a wave of energy shaped like the slash goes flying out at the enemy?
Nah.
Well, what's so magical about this sword?
It's got an eyeball in the hilt. That's what's magical about it.
Oh! Is it similar to the Carapace orb?
Yes.
Cool. Perfect. A sword that can judge me for my poor swordsmanship. Exactly the motivation I need to get better.
Dale says, big fan of the Dark Souls wand slash staff that casts a magic blade and is used as a bladed weapon. That's a rod in creatures.
Rods conjure blades?
How many times have I gone over this?
Would you be willing to go over one more?
Alright, look on the screen.
Yes.
You see this thing with the flower and the lightsaber coming out of it?
Yes, sir.
That is a rod.
I see. I saw that, and my brain must have assumed that it was a glowing.
Yeah, rods are combination lightsabers and wands.
Alright. What you're drawing is right now is a regular blade, correct?
Yeah.
Alright. Is it a magic blade?
Kinda. I mean, it kinda depends on how you define magic, I guess. It's made of magical materials.
I see. Do you get any stat bonuses from using it compared to a non-magical blade?
It would have different properties.
Okay. Cool.
I made it worse.
Says that is a lightsaber, which you agreed to, Dice. Actually, Coet, lightsabers have metal handles. That is clearly a flower. totally
Yeah.
not the same thing.
It's not like I directly described them as being like lightsabers.
Totally different.
Besides, lightsabers don't, like, shoot magic missiles. Rods do.
That does make the rod sound cooler. I will admit.
Of course it's cooler. I thought of it.
And Star Wars was pretty cool, but it would be cooler if Dice Bag worked on it, don't you think?
Yes.
Glad we could hear that from an unbiased source.
It's a legally distinct energy weapon. There have been so many lightsaber knockoffs at this point. It's like, why even be legally distinct about it anymore, really?
The situation where everyone thinks about it, yet everyone knows why someone would skirt the line and say, no, it's not actually a lightsaber, because we don't want to get sued.
Star Wars would be cooler if literally anyone that likes sci-fi worked on it. No, Kohet, that is the opposite. You have to get people who like fantasy to work on Star Wars.
With the Force stuff,
Are we
it
gonna
is pretty
get
fantasy-like.
into this discussion again?
Well, we're all here, and I think I missed this discussion.
The discussion was what makes sci-fi and fantasy different.
Do you consider Star Wars sci-fi or fantasy?
It's fantasy in space, is what is my position.
That makes sense. I remember Koet's definition was that science fantasy tries to put you in a position where you can suspend your disbelief because the property is trying to make sense of something that is fictional, where fantasy is you suspend your disbelief to buy into the narrative instead of it having a strict logic to it, like with the magic system. You have to buy into the magic working the way it does, though it helps if there's an internal logic to what things go on, as opposed to something like Fate that tries to over-explain everything and find logic to essentially casting things. I don't know why that bugs me more than it should, because it's such a rare thing. Because authors, I feel like authors don't want to put time into it, and I completely understand why.
Kohet says, I don't care about fantasy, I want cool space battles and intergalactic operas. Well, then go watch Star Trek. That's what that is about. Star Wars is about freaking the battle between good and evil and adventures of, like, spirituality inclined things.
The most iconic part of Star Wars is space wizards fighting with laser swords.
This is exactly what I'm saying. Space wizards with laser swords is how you define Star Wars.
I mean, if you don't like the battles or Star Wars itself, it's fine, but those are space battles, and I think there are dogfights in Star Wars with things like the TIE fighters.
Yes.
And it's a space opera.
I would not call it a space opera.
I don't know if I have a good definition of a space opera.
Neither do I.
I
don't even...
What does that mean, actually? Space opera.
There's no
So
musical
opera in
numbers. Why
space.
do they get called operas?
There's definitely no operas, soap operas. You go on for too long and there's no audience. Come to think of it, there's not even any soap. What are they hiding from us? 40 years of content, and we don't get any cleaner. What kind of secrets have they been peddling when we didn't even realize it?
I don't even know what you're talking about. I was reading chat there for a minute.
I don't either.
Well, glad we're on the same page.
Goat says, no dice, I want media that's specifically catered to me. What's...
You should
Goat,
watch something like, I don't know, Farscape.
Yeah, Koeth, what's your definition of cool space battles and intergalactic operas? Because Star Wars is the closest thing I could think of. Maybe Star Trek too.
The new Star Treks are way more action-y, so go watch some of those.
Lights, camera, action.
Dale, I don't even know about your assertion about the Andor team. So the Andor thing is like peak Star Wars as sci-fi instead of fantasy.
Andor?
Yeah, one of the more recent series. I watched the whole thing and like it was like well done, but it wasn't Star Wars at all. Like I don't think there is a single scene in that thing that reminded me of any Star Wars movie. None of the characters acted like they were Star Wars characters. The themes had nothing to do with typical Star Wars themes.
This was a new series, I remember this now.
Isn't very sci-fi at all, it's a crime drama? Yeah, Star Wars isn't about crime dramas. But it's in a very sci-fi-ish world. Like the world building didn't even feel like Star Wars.
What else would count as a space opera? Or is that too specific?
It's very Star Wars world. Doesn't feel like it. They have people wearing like high visibility stuff on one of their planets that just look like dirtier versions of like modern construction workers. They really dropped the ball with that kind of stuff on Ahsoka too. I thought Ahsoka was alright. It felt like Star Wars. But like the freaking costume design was awful. Star Wars can have media from all genres. Yeah, but they don't make it of the genre that it was originally made. That's the problem. They gotta make something like actually fun and fantastical that fits Star Wars before they need to branch out anywhere. And they haven't done that yet. They just made the crappy sequel trilogy. And now Ahsoka is kind of okay. But as said, it got terrible costume design. It looks kind of awful. I think that's the biggest problem. The only decent Star Wars media is like not the fantastical stuff that you get from original Star Wars. Ahsoka is the definition of Disney's Star Wars slop. It's just flashing light for the sake of it. Yeah, okay, but at least there's freaking lightsabers. The defining thing in the show of the whole setting. The thing that, like, made it interesting as opposed to just something, some random new sci-fi thing.
Jedi are some of the first things people think of when they think of Star Wars, like in some variation. Even if maybe Vader's more iconic, but he is a Jedi.
Like the whole idea of the Force and the stuff surrounding it is what defines Star Wars as Star Wars. If you get away from that, then you're not really doing Star Wars. Or you're doing something tangential. It'd be like making Lord of the Rings but not having orcs in it or something. You think of Star Wars as Darth Vader and the father-son dynamic. The magic and mysticism don't even factor in. But the magic and mysticism is key to the hero's journey dynamic.
I think of the, maybe not magic, but I think of the mysticism because of the Jedi, like with the Force. Like, it's so synonymous with it that I can't, and part of the identity of the Jedi, and that's the main draw of Star Wars for me.
Yeah, when you create a whole magic system, it kind of defines the thing, because that's what sets it apart from, you know, just reality. Fantasy is very much defined by its magic systems.
At least something fantastical, similar to magic, that separates it. Though it would essentially be magic, in that it's something supernatural or at least abnormal that is part of the setting.
Yeah, magic system is a catch-all term. Superheroes have magic systems.
Yeah, some people will say, but actually, but we mean like a power system that works with internal logic to make it unique. In the vaguest terms, that's a magic system.
The entire premise of Luke becoming a Jedi was built on them being wiped out and hunted down. Magic is part of a dead religion. It's one of the earliest scenes to build the world. Yeah, but the aspiration was to bring it back. Luke's entire progress as a character is tied to the mysticism.
RG Kig Wilco says it was better left ambiguous. Oh, what you don't like you don't like it being judged by your midichlorian count? It's kind of a meme, but leaving like what lets someone use the Force and stuff like that be vague is probably the better answer. Not everything needs a straight, clear answer to how things work.
I don't, but I do think it makes sense. You're talking about a time period where like Force usage and the Jedi were like kind of regulated in a way. They had laws about it. So obviously they're gonna try and have ways to test for it in some way or another.
Yeah, I don't think it should be I don't know if it should be biological. I always assumed, like, before understanding that it was more like spiritual, or it would be too cheesy to say it's came down to character, but the kind of people who could connect the Force through some way. Because I remember General Grievous, part of his character, like, a big detail about his character is that part of why he became the way he was is because he was never in tune with the Force, so it's not just about training to eventually get good at it.
Yeah, it's always kind of been presented that there is some kind of inherent ability that comes with using the Force.
Yeah. I prefer it to be left where there's a theoretical understanding that they use as a litmus test to try and find Jedi, but not completely concrete. I like that's something where I prefer the vagueness.
I just think it's generally much ado about nothing.
It kind of is. The reason I'm complaining is because I'm fine with them I prefer them not to try to explain it, or at least go too deep into trying to explain it. Feels a bit more mystical when you don't have all the answers.
Midichlorians were more like microorganisms that swarmed to points of high density of the Force, not the source of the magic, like the sprites or the fall. Yeah, that's basically how I understood it.
Really?
The way it seems to have been described, I think, is they're like symbiotic. But Qui-Gon says when he's describing it to Anakin that they give them knowledge of the Force. So it implies that Force sensitivity is aided by midichlorians.
I'm sure he doesn't mean knowledge in the specific sense. I assume it's more of a connection.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we're kind of speaking in general. Arcade Wilco says, well, we're kind of speaking in generalities of where things could go wrong. Too much detail can be as harmful as too little. That's how I feel with the Force. Like, and a lot of magic power systems, I like a set of internal logic, and if you go too deep with it, it can get overcomplicated or contradictory.
I just think that the whole midichlorian thing seems fitting for the setting, since it's a very high-tech setting. So it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds silly, but I think if it was a different explanation than midichlorians, like, you could equally master, like, oh, if the people with the strongest will can connect to the Force, I wouldn't be as hard on it, but I don't think it'd still be the same problem. Where I like not having a definitive answer. Ace.
Let's see. When you leave it ambiguous, people can speculate. Everyone can have their own view on it, and it doesn't require logical consistency. Like, I think people can still speculate. The midichlorians are not the Force. They're just the mechanism that you use to sense it. Like, there's so much room for unusual things or things outside of the main line just by the existence of the Force as a concept. Like, just because there's midichlorians doesn't mean we can't have, like, the Kylo Ren thing where he's stopping blaster bolts in midair and whatnot. That's not a function of midichlorians, that's a function of the Force. Which, by the way, I really wish they would have expanded on that whole thing of new Force powers. But no, we didn't. We got The Last Jedi instead. What did they bring to the table? They brought an explanation for why some people suck at the Force and others don't. You might not care, and other people might not care, but that is what it brought.
Yeah. Can't get into it, but you're right.
Okay, I'm not doing this. This is starting to look like a penis.
Like we said, sometimes less detail works.
Anyways, can we talk about this sword? How do we feel about the sword?
It's looking pretty sharp. Carapace sword, right?
Dale thinks the cute aliens were anesthetic. Think you mean antithetical to the Star Wars aesthetic. It's vaguely phallic, yeah, and I almost drew like a head on it.
Yeah. Cute aliens, do you mean? Because I think people are pretty consistent in, like, Ewoks were the cutest in the original and they're ugliest. Remember? Yeah. I remember the people generally not liking the Ewoks.
Let's
Were
see.
the Ewoks actually meant to be cute?
I mean, probably. They're freaking teddy bears.
Yeah, they are meant to be cute, but I don't know if they're the first. Yeah, they are definitely meant to be marketable.
Can't make action figures of dead characters, says George Lucas.
Who would stop you?
Huh?
Who would stop you from doing that?
George Lucas?
Shoot, you're right.
Too bad he don't own it no more.
Man, I wonder how that happened.
If you poke the eyeball, does it vibrate? Maybe, I don't know.
I like to assume that the eyeball glares at you.
The eyeball should probably have some kind of effect.
You poke the eyeball and it lights up.
I'm thinking something that could be used in combat since it's like an actual weapon.
Poke the eyeball, the sword gets a +1 bonus damage for 1 turn.
Nah.
You poke the eyeball, the sword glows really cool, intimidating your enemies but not having any other effect.
I can't. I have too many tabs open. I can't find the right one. Okay, Disney Star Wars has lots of cute monsters designs with crystal foxes and spherehead cats and penguins, and it's just not how the art direction for the fauna in Star Wars was. It's very Disney fantasy. Yeah, I can kind of agree with that. It's also like most of their quote-unquote cute animals aren't actually cute. Like, I think the cutest thing they produced was probably Baby Yoda.
Baby Yoda based off of Yoda.
Yeah, well, Yoda with big eyes and less wrinkles.
Yoda, but he's not 900 years old.
Of course, Dale hates Grogu.
I forgot that his name is Grogu.
Yes, his name is Grogu.
Collective sigh, people who found out his name is Grogu. I remember that now. Good times. Good times.
The sword design seems really familiar now. I feel like I was subconsciously ripping off the power sword from He-Man.
You press the I and you have the power.
Okay, I see why I was thinking that. It kind of has a similar shape, but it's not that similar. Okay, Dale, I'm not sure I follow what you're talking about. He's hypersensitive to the pain of living creatures, but it's so cute that he will eat live young and a person's children at whim with zero care. I hate... Oh, Grogu? Okay.
Eats a person's children?
He likes to swallow things whole.
I remember seeing a clip of him eating a small critter.
I think there is some small aliens that he might have tried to eat.
He definitely ate at least one. It's probably okay because they're just they're not smart like him.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm having a lot of fun just designing weird weapons. I need to do this again sometime.
Alright guys, look forward to the next Designing Weird Weapons cast. Coming soon to a Twitch, Rumble, wherever else it's streaming soon.
Probably need to get the hilt portion a little lighter, actually. Actually. There we go.
Are you keeping the blade dark pink?
I think so.
Alrighty.
Dale's really got a vendetta against Grogu.
Grogu started Dale's villain arc. He poisoned Dale's water supply, burned Dale's crops, and delivered a plague upon Dale's houses.
And he ate Dale's children.
He ate Dale's tadpole children. Our poor frog. Truly sad. I'm sorry, Dale the frog.
Grudges are with Favreau and Filoni.
Understandable.
Have a nice day.
Yes, I have noticed a few people slowly coming to the same conclusion as you, Dale.
Does Disney have any fans still?
Probably, but I imagine a lot of them are old fans.
Did I have a coworker who I was thinking was like a big old Disney stan? But I found his Twitter page, and in his bio he says something about like is a fan of Disney, but in quotes it says used to be good. I'm like, oh man, this guy is like uber nerd and has Star Wars and Marvel stuff all over everything, and they're losing him. Must be bad.
Yep, probably is.
Let's see. Wilco says, I don't know how anybody can do business with Disney, like ethically, morally. Not everything they've ever made is awful, but if you have any morality in you, you cannot do business with them. They are pretty sketchy. They've become kind of like the epitome of art as a product.
And they've stopped they can't even make good products anymore because they run everything they own into the ground.
Yep.
Like, remember when people cared about Star Wars?
Yeah.
Remember when they cared about Marvel movies? And how they just kind of stopped at a certain point?
Like I always say, publicly traded companies are cancer.
Yep.
Shouldn't trust
And they
any
always
kind of creative work that comes out of a publicly traded company because they will just cannibalize it for mass appeal at the first opportunity.
Yeah. It does seem to be the case.
And they are legally obligated to do so.
Legally obligated?
Yeah. You know about that?
I feel like I've heard about it, but not 100% sure.
So, like, if your company has, like, investors, shareholders, you are required by law to maximize profits effectively. Otherwise, the shareholders have a case against you. So that's why you see, like, these big AAA studios of game developers trying to shove, like, microtransactions into everything. Because that's what makes money. Even if it doesn't make sense for the freaking type of game itself.
That changed my view on current game devs' monetary practices, but it does solidify how I see things. Wilco says, I don't know, Disney has done a lot of things that would seem to qualify as dereliction of duties to the shareholder. I swear the companies act like they're scared of shareholders, and yet the shareholders always seem to be perpetually asleep at the wheel about what's actually going on money-wise.
Yeah, I think you give shareholders too much credit.
Like, I assume that they only pay enough attention to see where number make brain go burr.
Pretty much.
I remember one infamous article about how shareholders of Nintendo were annoyed that the CEO or someone big at Nintendo was talking about the games, which is what their company does to make their money.
Yeah. Shareholders don't actually understand the businesses they invest in. They just see that it's making profit and stuff their money in it.
Hmm.
It's because shares are all owned by a small group of powerful people, but look at the share price over the last 5 years. Oh, well, if we're gonna talk about, like, BlackRock and all that, then that's a whole different can of worms, because I think they're okay with the losses because they're getting out of it what they want. That being social engineering.
Without getting too much into it, we're talking about profits. I think the subject shifts away from profits if we go down that route.
Yeah, they're not looking for profits. They're looking for control.
I'm pretty sure they're at least promising profits, but everything I hear implies that there's going to be loans which have to be paid back at some point.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. That's one of my pet peeves. Actually, is people just going on about, oh, look at these companies. They keep making these decisions. When will they learn that this stuff doesn't make money? And it's like, they've already learned that. They don't care. That's not their goal.
They're trying to get money from somewhere, just not from you. They're not worried about having to pay it back or damaging their stuff, because that would imply a sense of long-term thinking, and that's anathema to modern business. Long-term planning isn't how the big companies do it anymore, kids.
Oh yeah, just quarterly growth. That's all they need, and that's giving them the most credit.
I do think there is a large level of incompetence, mainly at the lower levels, who are just mindlessly following orders, and actually do believe in what they're told about. There's no intentional.
You'll notice that the social engineering products are getting shuffled off as interest rates remain stubbornly high. It's easy to fund retardation when you can have credit at 0% interest. Yeah. Even so, a lot of the times when you look at like their stuff like, oh, we're closing down our DEI departments or whatever they'll say, a lot of the time they're just kind of shuffling it around. They're rolling it all into HR instead of having a specific department for it.
They're renaming it because it's not popular anymore.
They're renaming it and downsizing it a little bit. They're not getting rid of it.
I always assume that all the layoffs that happen these days are of low-level people who are just trying to make money, not the ones causing the problems.
Disney makes enough profit from merchandise from the vast population and has acquired enough excess profits to blow up projects that aren't profitable or good, which exist to push a goal. Yeah, but still, investors expect, in normal circumstances, to see line go up, in other words, basically. But Disney ain't making line go up. And there has to be a reason why the investors are okay with line not going up. But anyways,
I can still see. I don't believe this is all of them, but I can see a case of at least some investors being genuinely clueless or somehow gaslit into thinking, "Oh no, it's going to go up eventually." Some of them.
Oh sure, I mean, they're publicly traded. They have just regular Joe Blows that own stock in Disney.
Right.
And they're kind of getting screwed by the big guys who are willing to push all this other kind of stupid stuff. There we go. I can't shake the feeling that this just looks like the Power Sword, and it doesn't. You know what? Maybe there was some other kind of He-Man thing with like an organic sword that I'm thinking of.
It looks like a gray skull version of the Power Sword. I don't think that's actually real. That's what I think of.
There's the Power Sword.
The evil version is the Disempower Sword.
Dale says, no, that's a sword I hate. It is a very poorly designed sword.
I think the word you're looking for is it's a very cool sword. We don't like fantasy weapons because they're well designed. What the? Oh, I was looking at the other stream. What the heck is that? I see the sword now. That's a dumb sword.
Yeah, that's He-Man's sword, man. That's the power
What?
sword.
That's the power sword?
That's the power
No.
sword. It's an awful designed sword, isn't it?
What? That's what the power sword looks like?
Yeah. It's like it's got the cross guard like bent back on itself so it doesn't actually guard anything. It's got a real chunky blade. And like no pommel.
I'm gonna look this up. Oh my gosh, that's actually what it looks like. I thought it looked so much cooler.
No, the original power sword sucks, man.
I must have seen a later version because this looks so lame.
I think they've done a few other versions that looked better, but
I see one blue version that reminds me of a keyblade from the handle. It's better than this. Jeez, I hate the round bits on the pommel curling in on itself. It looks so weird. It's too smooth.
anyways, let's color the line art.
Let's make it look professional.
Hell yeah.
I'd say let's make it look better than the power sword, but that was already done at the initial sketch.
That's a low bar, honestly.
When they say the expectations for a power sword are at sea level, that means we want to make it better than the original He-Man power sword.
Uh-oh. Whoops, hold on. Oh no.
What am I holding on to?
I'm trying to clean up some things. Because my clipping mask layers are like way far out from the base layers. So when I select the whole thing and like do the transform thing, the box is way bigger than the sword. And it kind of bugs me.
I see.
You know what? Here's what we can do. We can take the flat colors and we'll invert that selection. We'll just take everything else besides the line art and delete everything outside of that. Actually, you know what? It's mostly the line art coloring that's doing that, now that I see. Okay, that's a little better. That's a little less annoying. It is 11:30.
What you're saying is it's time to design another new weapon.
Let's see what Dale has to say about the power sword for a second. Now that's the sword I hate. What a dumb design. The worst part is though, with a little tweaking, it could look super dope. Like the Psy-style Quillians could work if they weren't hugging the Ricasso. Clearly that needs a longer handle and a thinner blade width. That looks like a one-handed handle. Yeah, basically.
Besides the pommel, the ends that are soft ends that are curling into them, the handle bugs me the most. It looks too smooth. There's nothing to grip on there. Like it'll just slip out of your hand if you swing it too hard.
I'm not sure what like this little... Oops. I'm not sure what this thing is supposed to be for. Or this, really. That's not really a functional pommel.
That's literally the only thing keeping the sword from slipping, from like flying away. If you try to swing.
That's true. Like as soon as you swing this thing, it's gonna slip directly out of your hand.
I hope you're not getting.
It's so top heavy. Loco says, I vote rapier. I don't think I even have rapiers as a weapon type in creatures yet. Nonetheless, I think it's about time for me to quit and like get some food. I've gotten quite a bit done.
Oh my gosh, he's gonna quit weapon crafting, guys.
Oh no.
Can I get an F in the chat?
No, I'm not. I'm probably gonna get on Pal World after this and craft more weapons.
Can we post this stream, post it everywhere and say, Dice, please make more weapon streams?
We will do more weapon streams.
Dice, you're gonna leave a weapon making cast hole in my weapon cast heart.
Well, you'll just have to make your own weapons, won't you?
You know what? Never mind. See you, Dice. I'll make my own weapon crafting cast.
Yeah,
Blackjack and hookers.
Don't you have characters that need weapons?
I do.
Alright then, it's settled.
And then you know what they say, the pen is mightier than the sword. Unfortunately, I mainly work with pencil and a stylus, but I have a few pens.
And a picture is worth 1,000 words. Take that, writers.
Imagine writing 1,000 words when they can just draw pictures.
Apparently we had some visitors over on Odyssey today because there's 4 likes on the video. Hi Odyssey guys, how's it going? Why y'all lurking? But anyways.
Maybe they're lurking because they're lacking.
They're lacking?
They're lacking self-confidence to say hi.
Alright, well, anyways. Thanks for watching, everybody. If you're lurking and you haven't subscribed, then you better subscribe.
You got to do it for Fat Albert. Fat Albert gonna whisper in your ear, and that'll get you. You want to do it, don't you? Come on, just subscribe to Das Bag. I'll give you a nice ear cleaning, and you can lay your head on my big flat belly while I do it.
Alright.
Can we get a like in the chat for the best Street Fighter 6, Soul Calibur 6 character, Fat Albert ASMR?
Yeah, like and subscribe. Do that. Anyways. Alright, enough banter. Time to go. Bye!
Good night.